Good morning, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order. I would like to ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your name. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan.
Present.
Katie Addis.
Present.
John Andes.
Present.
William Gordy.
Present.
Elena McComas.
Present.
Donald Smack.
Present.
We do have a quorum. Now can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
The second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and now I need a motion to enter into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 3-305B1, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees or employees officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects more than one specific individuals. Section 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and Section 3-305B9, to discuss matters relative to negotiations. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session and a second?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Buchanan,
Second.
a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. As we reconvene this Board of Education meeting, I want to remind everyone that we do have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve previous closed session minutes, to discuss personnel matters and with legal counsel, and to discuss matters relative to negotiations. Today, we have our prayer. Reverend Stephanie Clayville is here from St. Mary's Episcopal Church, and she will lead us in the invocation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are so grateful to come together on this beautiful day for the children of our community and support your work through the Worcester County School Board. We ask you, Father, to give them the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice so they may faithfully serve those in our community and county. Lord, guide all who educate our young minds and bless them. Grant that we will give you, Father, thanks and praise above all things. Continue to open our hearts and minds to receive your plans and purposes. May your Spirit guide all here today, making wise decisions and to lead us towards the best outcomes for the children of our community, for they will become the future of our nation. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reverend Clayville, thank you very much for that prayer this morning. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Same to you. Okay. And now for my board, I need a motion to approve the open session board minutes from November 19th and December 3rd, 2024.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. McComas and a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante, and happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everyone. And I can't believe that this Friday's early dismissal kicks off the winter break for our students and staff. I love this time of year, and I know it is always a joyous time of year for our students, staff, and families. It's also a time of year when our students really shine in the performing arts events all across our county. The leadership team and I have been crisscrossing, and when I say that, every night we have been to an event here for the last 2 weeks. We've been crisscrossing the county to attend as many of these fantastic performances and concerts as possible. And in each one of them, we have been continually impressed by the talents of our students and also by the talents of the leaders. From Steve Decatur High School's Children's Theater program to the elementary choral concerts of our youngest students, it is easy to say why Worcester County is a destination for the arts enthusiast. Well, I can go on and on about the remarkable performance of our students, whether it's in the classroom, on the court, field, or stage. I think that during the season of giving, we should take a moment to, on a lesser known work going on at all our schools and offices, that our efforts to share our efforts in charitable giving. Our schools and central office over the past months have participated in coat drives, food, toy, and even pajama drives to benefit charitable organizations, not to mention the other fundraisers that have been taking place to benefit families across our county in need. As many of you know by now, Giving Tuesday, which follows the Thanksgiving holiday, is a big charitable campaign within our school system community, with donations directed to our own Worcester County Education Foundation, as well as a number of worthy local nonprofit and charities across the county. The Education Foundation was able to raise an incredible $13,430 from 136 individual donors. And this generosity also secured an additional $1,000 prize that day, and coupled with an available match, that total raised for our Education Foundation was a whopping $21,145. I am so grateful for this community for supporting our education foundation here in Worcester County. All of these acts of charity are not only a reflection of the giving spirit of our faculty and staff, but also another means by which to model good citizenship for our over 7,000 students. Giving back, whether through donation or volunteerism, is an essential part of being a part of a community, and I am glad to see how Worcester County Public Schools is setting that example for our young people. Lastly, I would like to close my remarks by wishing everyone a joyous holiday season. During the season, I hope you will all take a moment to reflect on the blessings in your life as you spend time with family and friends, and think about ways that you can help those not quite as fortunate as maybe we are. Again, I wish you a very Merry Christmas for those of you that celebrate it. And to all, I wish you a safe and healthy and happy holiday season and an enjoyable winter break. And now back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I'd like to welcome our 2024-2025 student representatives who are going to give us their reports, their monthly updates from their schools. And today, I believe we're starting with Teresa. Teresa from Pocomoke High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Our recent celebrations has been filled with exciting accomplishments. For future business leaders of America, 17 of our students were qualified to go compete for the state competitions in February. Our band and band front earned first place at the Snow Hill Parade, and our MC ROTC took first place in Pocomoke and Ocean City. At our annual first-year cadet competition, our cadets proudly secured second place in the unarmed division, third place in inspection, and third overall. We are very proud that our Pocomoke High School student safety team received accolades from the Maryland Center for School Safety for their outstanding efforts. We are also off to a strong start with winter athletics, with every sports team securing victories. Chorus student Emily Skorbach made the all-state chorus, and several of our talented band students were invited to perform with Townsend University's Honor Band this past weekend. Our student-run toy drive and canned food drive have been incredibly successful, and we extend a heartfelt thank you to our community for their generous contributions. Academically, our students earned 4 stars on the Maryland report card, thanks in part to their success in dual enrollment classes, AP courses, CTE programs, as well as high test scores and an excellent graduation rate. Looking ahead, we are excited about tomorrow's Warrior Winter Wonderland themed family event. Families will have the opportunity to conference with teachers, receive community resources, and enjoy holiday-themed activities. Our winter concert will follow at 6 p.m. and we welcome our entire community to this holiday event, highlighting our performing arts students. Additionally, our theater students have been rehearsing daily to bring The Lion King to our eager audience. This Friday, we will host a drive-through fresh food giveaway, and over the holiday break, we will offer 2 meal events to support our community. Finally, Pocomoke area schools are grateful to our Board of Education for their support of our school communities and dedication to our amazing school system. We wish everyone a happy and safe holiday season and a new year full of hope and prosperity. And now, on to the Worcester Technical High School report. Our pre-engineering students recently toured Aloft Aerotech Architects, one of the few companies in the world that installs auxiliary fuel tanks for Boeing aircraft. Students explored the inner workings of planes and saw how tanks are installed, and learned about the many engineering and design careers involved. They also discovered that when a Aloft team redesigns and customizes plane interiors, they are using software similar to what we use in class. Each plane brings new challenges, making the work dynamic and exciting. The trip opened students' eyes to real-world applications of engineering and even introduced potential internship opportunities for the future. Worcester Tech is wrapping up the tour season Third grade students and eighth grade students have visited the different programs offered. The students have been wonderful guests, and many are excited to begin a program of study. Eighth grade students were given pre- and post-surveys. Post-surveys results showed that the highest interest was in both the criminal justice and welding programs. Cosmetology, nursing, culinary arts, and carpentry were also very popular programs. We look forward to beginning the scheduling season and getting more students to Worcester Tech. Worcester Tech has reached 100% participation in Skills USA. This is up from 35% last year. All students who attend Worcester Tech will become members of this career and technical student organization. By being a Skills USA member, eligible students may apply for the National Technical Honor Society. Students are also eligible to compete in local, state, and national competitions. Being a Skills USA member allows students to unlock career resources that were currently unavailable to them in the past. Teachers will also be able to access career-specific curriculum resources to enhance their lesson planning. We are excited to see the impact that membership will have on student performance and post-secondary planning. Administration is busy meeting with all seniors Worcester Tech. At this point in time, 44% of seniors have been accepted to attend Warwick, a four-year university, or a trade school, have signed with the military, or have an apprenticeship lined up. 34% of Worcester Tech seniors have completed applications and are patiently waiting for acceptance letters. This is a total of 77% of all seniors who have checked the boxes and have gotten it done as they make important decisions about their post-secondary journeys. A big shout out to homeschool counselors and administrators. Hashtag every student needs a plan. The Pines Cafe continues to take Northern Worcester County by storm. Chef Phil Cropper and his talented staff of students have been busy preparing takeout meals, holiday gift baskets, and daily specials. There are a variety of seasonal gifts on display and would look nice in any home or kitchen. The Pines Cafe will be open this Saturday, and there is a special 25% off discount on most items. Please come out and support the Pines Cafe and the Worcester Technical High School Culinary Arts Program. And now on to Chloe.
Thank you. Good afternoon. November flew by and we're already bursting with excitement this month as we gear up for the holidays. 2 Fridays ago, our school counselors and career counselor hosted a Futures Career Fair for all Snow Hill students. 20 guests from Snow Hill and neighboring communities represented a wide range of career fields, met with students to discuss post-secondary opportunities. This provided the students with a fantastic opportunity to connect with potential employers, explore various career paths, and learn about different industries within the community. Students got to engage in networking and gain insights into what each company has to offer. We're thrilled to share that Snow Hill High School has once again earned a 4 out of 5 star rating on the ESSA, Every Student Succeeds Act, performance report. Worcester County continues to lead the state with the highest concentration of 4 and 5 star schools. In addition to fostering academic success, our commitment to community support remains unwavering. Thanks to regular donations from the Food Bank of Delmarva, we provided assistance to over 30 families through our food pantry before Thanksgiving, ensuring they could enjoy a joyful holiday. Our dedication to service extends beyond the classroom. Recently, our basketball team volunteered their time to decorate and clean up the grounds at Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church. Similarly, members of our wrestling team and Fellowship of Christian Athletes worked together to support the Halo Shelter in Salisbury. These acts of kindness embody the strong community values we strive to uphold. Our National Honor Society students partnered with McKimmey Church this past Friday and Saturday to pack and distribute food to families for the holiday season. Also, the Snow Hill Rotary Interact Club volunteered to assist the Snow Hill Food Pantry on Friday morning. At Snow Hill, our students shine as scholars and compassionate individuals dedicated to their community. Our Future Business Leaders of America FBLA Club recently competed in their regional leadership conference at Bel Air High School. We're proud to announce 2 regional champions, with 6 students qualifying for the state leadership conference in February. Our marching band and ROTC wrapped up their season last Monday at our own Snow Hill Parade. We are proud to share the following recognitions. In Pocomoke, the marching band was awarded grand champion and the ROTC earned second place. In Berlin, the marching band and ROTC both earned first place. In Ocean City, the marching band achieved first place while the ROTC took second place. In Cambridge, the marching band received first place, best overall band, best wind and brass, and best band front. This evening, we are excited to host our first ever joint Snow Hill area choral concert, showcasing the combined talents of the Snow Hill Elementary, Snow Hill Middle, and Snow Hill High School choirs. Seating is limited, so be sure to arrive early for this wonderful event. On Thursday, our winter concert will take center stage, featuring performances by the choir, concert band, and marching band. Join us for a festive evening filled with beloved Christmas classics and show your support for our incredible performing arts students. FAFSA night is coming up on January 7th, 5:30 to 7:30 in the Snow Hill High School cafeteria. An event where students and their families can receive assistance in filling out the free application for Federal Student Aid, FAFSA. Warwick Financial Aid Advisors will be present doing a presentation and then assisting with the completion of the application. After School Academy Session 2 signups have been shared with students. We have an increase in staff participation this session between teachers and EAs wanting to support students academically, socially, and emotionally. Driver's education will begin January 28th. Again, we will offer 4 $200 scholarships for select students. We also received a grant from a local organization who offered to pay for 2 students' fees. The student must have high academic achievement and future career/job plans lined up. We are very proud. This is our second offering, and we will have one more during After School Academy Session 3. Our attendance from Session 1 was incredibly high, as many students stayed before sports to work on assignments and projects. We have seen a decline in student athletes with C's or lower. Snow Hill High School wishes everyone a Merry Christmas and a happy, healthy New Year. Now on to Luke.
Thank you, Chloe, and good afternoon, everyone. 'Tis the season for giving, and Stephen Decatur High School has definitely gotten into the spirit. A simple walk through our hallways will even give the Grinch a smile, with doors decorated in festive themes. Kudos to all departments for their jolly good participation in our SGA-sponsored annual door decorating contest. Throughout November and December, many of our extracurricular organizations joined in on the festive spirit as well. First, our Student Government Association sponsored a food drive for Diaconia and collected over 1,400 pounds of canned goods. The NJROTC program sponsored its annual Toys for Tots drive. The Key Club partnered with the Salvation Army to ring the bell in our community and was actually just recognized for its outstanding participation on the Lower Shore, and members of Connections contributed a healthy donation of toiletries to be packaged for our troops. Members of the National Honor Society and Rho Kappa Honor Society worked with Worcester Gold and adopted needy families for the holidays. Additionally, members of the National Honor Society volunteered for parade events in both the town of Berlin and the town of Ocean City. Lastly, the Mu Alpha Theta donated $750 to Pajamin for Kids with Cancer, and the National Honor Society donated $1,000 to Believe in Tomorrow after both clubs fundraised throughout the fall. Meanwhile, life has been pretty busy with our co-curricular programs as well. The annual Children's Theater performed for the thousands of children and adults from all across Delmarva. The National English Honor Society is excited to sponsor the inaugural Spelling Bee at SDMS. Members of our band, color guard, show choir, and NJROTC performed well throughout the parade season, and our NJROTC program won the Berlin Parade and earned excellent marks for its annual inspection. There is also exciting news regarding the other special programs in the school. Even though it was shortened, the fall session of the After School Academy wrapped up with over 150 participants. Our math club team earned top 3 honors at the Salisbury University Eastern Shore Invitational Math Competition. Senior Evan Todd will be represented Worcester counties as a Maryland Page. We had dozens of students gain on-site acceptances from Salisbury University, and we've had scores of students receive PBIS positive referrals. We are so proud to have such model students represent us in various fashions. In the wide world of sports, we would like to extend a hearty congratulations to our undefeated football team for winning the Maryland 2A state championship for the 2nd consecutive year and the 2nd time in program history. Congratulations also goes out to our numerous athletes who earned Bayside and state recognition and/or signed letters of intent to take their games to the next level. Finally, our winter sports teams are off to a great start with nearly 250 winter athletes participating in 13 different sports teams. The end of semester promises to be equally as busy as counselors assist seniors with their post-high school plans and prepare underclassmen for scheduling and course mapping. We are also in the midst of administering nearly 1,000 state assessments in HS MISA, HS Government, and MCAP examinations. In closing, we'd like to wish everyone a safe, relaxing, happy, and well-deserved holiday break. May 2025 bring us peace and success in everything we do. Thank you. Now back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Luke and Chloe. And Teresa, thank you for your updates and your reports. It's never idle at the schools. We know that. And there's always something going on. And we can tell by what you've just read just today that every month it's just full of activities and you guys are doing so well. But on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for being with us for the last 6 months, and we wish you a much-needed break and a healthy and happy holiday. Okay? Now I'm going to ask for audience participation, and I want to recognize some of our audience members out there. And I think we have someone here from the WCTA. Good afternoon, Beth. And the WCESPA, we have anyone here from that? How about retired Worcester County retired school personnel? Helen? Merry Christmas to you too, Helen. Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Appreciate that. How about any representatives from various schools, SIACs, PTAs? Anyone here? Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to get into student and staff recognition, and I'm going to ask Ms. Tamara Mills to start us off with a holiday card contest.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. Excuse me. My name is Tamara Mills, and I'm a coordinator of instruction here of multiple content areas, but one of them, of course, is visual arts, and this is one of my several favorite months of the year, so where we get to recognize students' talents, and thank you for acknowledging so many of our performing arts events this year. So every year, our students are asked to create a holiday card design, and each year they get a theme. This year the theme was a colorful holiday, so ultimately the teachers were to use color in some way or the absence of color into their lesson to have the students create beautiful works. So I'm going to start, we have 5 categories. I'm going to start with our pre-K to 2 category. I would ask Miss Adamadia Putch, the art teacher, if she'll come join us, and Grayson Womer, if he'll come as well. And she's going to say just a few words about Grayson and his work while I show the board and the audience his design.
Hi everybody, my name is Adamadia Putch and I'm the art teacher at Pocomoke Elementary School. And this is
Grayson Wilmer.
We would like to congratulate Grayson for winning the holiday card contest at the elementary level from kindergarten to 2nd grade. He is the county winner, and PS is very, very proud of him. So, thank you.
All right, Grayson is going to get his picture, his artwork framed, as well as 30 cards for his family to give out, and a gift card. There you go. I'm going to give you both of those, and you're going to go up here and take your picture with Mr. Taylor, Mr. Hamborski. Miss Putch, go ahead and get in there. And Mom or Dad, if you want to come up and just kind of stand behind Carrie, if you want to get a picture, you're welcome to. All right, our next winner in the grade 3 to 5 category is Ada Pusey. We're going to ask Miss Rachel Wisniewski, her art teacher, to come on up. And Ada, if you'll join us at the front. I do want to say, not to take any of Ada's thunder, but she gets her talent honestly, because her mom was one of my art students many years ago. So you get it from your mother. You're very talented.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming out today. My name is Rachel Wisniewski and I'm the art teacher at Pocomoke Middle School for grades 4 through 8. And this is
Ada Pusey.
Ada Pusey, and she's in 5th grade and she's a real pleasure to have in my class. She's a great leader, very creative. So we were excited to work together to create a piece that fulfilled the criteria for the holiday card. So do you want to tell them where your inspiration came from or anything?
So my inspiration came from everybody can be involved in Worcester County and their schools and stuff. So that's where the envelope came from, and the Worcester logo and the diversity.
All right, in our 6th through 8th grade category, our winner was Ilya Kajewski. I hope I'm saying that correctly. We'll have Ilya come up and his art teacher, Mr. Averill. Mr. Averill is his art teacher, and he could not be here, but he did send me a few words to say. He said that Ilya is creative, talented, and a hardworking 8th grader at Stephen Decatur Middle. He goes above and beyond, and on this particular project, after finishing his first design using the project guidelines, he went on to do additional designs with this technique. And he said congratulations, and he wants you to keep drawing. All right, for our high school division, our 9 to 12, our student, and I'm looking around, is Irie Carmack here? There she is, come on up. And I'm gonna ask her teacher, Ms. Gonzalez Paradis, if she will come up and say a few words about Irie, and I will show her design.
Hello, my name is Jessica Gonzalez, and I'm here today with Stephen Decatur High School. I am extremely excited to introduce
Irie Carmack.
She is an amazing artist, and this is my first year working with her, so she just blew it out of the park. A lot of the students that I have right now were from my middle school, and just sitting in class with her, she is natural. Very, very amazing. You are going to see some very amazing pieces come in the art show that we're very excited for, but I'm very happy to see that her piece was taken for the card, and I didn't know if you wanted to say anything.
I don't have too much to say. I like art color schemes and horses, so that's why I picked that one.
Thank you very much. And I particularly like this one, how she really, it was sort of the absence of color, but emphasizing that red. It's just really striking. Nice job. All right, in our final category, each year we also pick an overall winner. Sometimes it's a superintendent's choice, sometimes it's another amazing high school, sometimes it might be, an elementary or middle school work, something that just really stood out and is just truly exceptional. So this year, I'm going to ask Miss Monica Forrester, the art teacher from Snow Hill High School, if she'll come up, as well as Miss Sierra Merritt, who is the winner of our overall design, and let her talk just a moment about Sierra.
Thank you. I'm Monica Forrester from Snow Hill High School. Sierra, I've had for a few years now. She is going to be in my AP course next semester. She has been in my after-school art club sponsored by the Art League of Ocean City, which has been really wonderful. And I gave her the opportunity to work on this project, and she had one day. And she drew her ideas in class. She did all her research, pulling from different areas. And then I found out, so we ended at 5 o'clock, I found out that she had her National Honor Society induction that night. And I was like, there's no way she's going to get it done. She was standing at my door first thing in the morning before I got there, and there she was, and she had this piece done. And it was phenomenal. I love it. So congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. I do want to thank the board again for allowing us to do this every year. It is really special to honor these students. And while Christmas, of course, is our overwhelmingly, common holiday, it is really awesome too that we had so many students this year who had inclusive designs, right? Who also recognize we have some students who celebrate Hanukkah and Ramadan and Diwali and Kwanzaa. And so it's just really great representation this year. And again, thank you and happy holidays to all of you.
Our next presentation is going to be from Mrs. Amy Fenzel-Murgott from Stephen Decatur High School, who's going to recognize some math competition winners. So also I love the arts, but obviously math is always my favorite. And Miss Murgott actually got me my job originally because she had a baby and Mr. Taylor hired me. So I'm excited to have my friend here who's an excellent teacher and mentor to her kids, and I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That seems like yesterday. It does. Forgive me, I have my prepared notes. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here and present the Stephen Decatur math team. First, I want to present our team. We have senior Logan Dunmeyer. Go ahead up there. Then senior Benjamin Chase. And then sophomores Tyler Kim and Mara Mills. Now, these 4 students have an intellectual curiosity for advanced mathematics. In addition to their strong skill in the subject, they've worked hard and put a lot of time, including weekly meetings after school. Truly, iron sharpens iron, as it's been a pleasure to watch them as they challenge each other and support each other. Every week, it's fun to watch them get passionate and fired up over math problems. I would like to highlight Logan. He has been on the team for 4 years and has done an excellent job of taking on the role of captain, and his leadership has been valuable to the team. On Wednesday, November 13th, we competed in the 40th Annual Eastern Shore High School Mathematics Competition at Salisbury University. This competition is a team competition and an individual contest. Both are timed. The team competition requires a lot of teamwork, time management, and give and take. I'm proud to say that our team scored second out of 22 public and private schools. Additionally, on the 13th, in the individual competition, Tyler Kim placed second out of about 70 individuals. Tyler has spent a lot of time traveling at different competitions and has done well in many of the competitions, and certainly he represents Stephen Decatur High School and Worcester County in all of these competitions. Thank you.
Our next recognition, my kids, when I was a teacher, used to accuse me of this. I would always say this is my favorite, then the next day I would say it's my favorite too. So the mathletes are my favorite, but we're also so proud of our Skills USA team that represent a variety of different talents and skill sets that come back and strengthen our community. So I want to thank Mr. Rick Stevens for his leadership. I want to thank Mr. Bevilacqua, who's continued the tradition of supporting Skills USA at a very high level. And I will turn it over to these gentlemen for their presentations.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony Bevilacqua, principal at Worcester Tech. You saw earlier in our report to the board that we have 100% participation. A lot of that's due to Crystal Bunting here in the back. She's behind the scenes doing a lot of work to support our students. This is the group we talked about. These individuals here joined us at the carousel last month. There were over 300 students who competed for Statesman and Advanced Statesman's Awards. This is our varsity football team. I'm going to turn it over to Rick Stevens. He's our head coach and sponsor.
Thank you, Ms. Bevilacqua, and thank you very much. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for having us. We appreciate it. Parents, thank you for being here. So the Skills USA Fall Conference is where we take our top kids that are officers for our school. And as Mr. Bevilacqua said, there was about 300 kids there from across the state of Maryland. And this is where they learn to be presidents and vice presidents and treasurers and all that stuff and go through this team building and leadership building. And hopefully you're looking at our future county commissioners or future board of eds or future lions and seroptimus and all that. That's what they're training to be, and we're very proud of them. We have a great group this year. I say this every year, but man, it just keeps improving and improving. So we're very proud of them. So we start off with the statesman. The statesman is where they have to go through, and they have to go through different sessions and do different team building stuff, and they also have 25 questions that they have to answer in front of someone like myself, and they have to tell me what the pledge is for skills or whatever. So they did very well. Obviously, they all got their statesman and advanced statesman. So we'll start off with our statesman award. I want to start out first introducing Hayden Flores. He's last later. But sorry about that. He's our Skills USA 24-25 Skills USA Maryland State Treasurer. This is the 42nd year that Worcester County has had a Skills USA Maryland State officer. There's no other county in the state that ever had a consecutive run like we do. So we're very proud of him. He has pins that he has the statesman and advanced statesman pins that he's going to pass out to the kids once they get their certificates. Go ahead. Hey. Okay, statesman, we'll start out with Nora Ladinsky. Come on, Nora. You got this. Max Jacobs. Jack Phillips. Look different without your hat there, Jack. Peyton Wilson. Lydia Serrano. Keontae Tynes. Sydney Wade. Janiyah Kerlock. Camille Williams. Fiona Guo. And the next one, Mr. Taylor, Desire Scarborough is not here with us today, but thank you. And last but not least, Kata Mills. The next group is Advanced Statesmen. You want to do a picture of them real quick? Awesome, thank you.
I know you are.
Hi.
Great job, Ray. Thank you, sir.
Our next group is our Advanced Statesmen. Advanced Statesmen are students that went the year before and got their Statesman's Award and went back for a second year. They had a little bit more to do. They had to do resumes, they had to do job interviews, and they had to set up a plan for the year for our club, and they did very well. Our first is Zoe Richardson. Kiara Lucas. Chloe Wagner. Edward Quick. Elizabeth Rankin. Demarion Miller. Juliana Wooden. Abigail Connell. This young lady's name you might recognize from Stephen Decatur. Her father and mother both worked there. She started with Skills when you were, what, 12? 11 or 12, going on our trips and stuff with us. Tirza Hill. Joseph Peliquin. And then Hayden Flores. Hayden, you have a certificate. Again, thank you so much. Thanks to parents for being here. Thank you all very much for what you do for us. We certainly appreciate it. And Mr. Bevilacqua, thank you. Ready, Kristen?
So much fun. Great
See you in the spring.
Yes. Our next presenter is going to be Miss Jess Flores, who has really taken our FFA to the next level, and they're going to be recognized today for national awards. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Bevilacqua or Miss Flores.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are very excited to be acknowledging one of our CDE teams, our Agriculture Issues team. This is a year-long practice. I didn't even know all that was involved with it until we got going. And I have to give a little bit of props to Miss Brooke Fitzgerald. She was the one who approached me and said, Miss Flores, I want to do something different. I want to do something like we haven't done before. And I said, okay, go pick something to compete in and we'll look at it. And she came back with Agriculture Issues. And what this competition does is it takes this team of students, they have to pick a current issue within the industry. They have to present to local groups, local forums. They then have to put together their resumes, and they had to compete at the state level. So we drove all the way to Garrett County in the wonderful school van. And we were there for 4 days, and they placed first. It was the first time we had done an Ag Issues team. They were super dedicated. We practiced and practiced and practiced, and I think we practiced some more. And from Garrett County, we made the big trip to Indianapolis, Indiana, and they were able to bronze medal while we were out there. And I just have to say, as their advisor, I'm super proud of them for taking on a new competition that we all kind of learned together. They've networked not only at a state level, but at a national level throughout our community. They got to meet many different groups within the industry here locally that I'm really looking forward to them becoming future leaders for us. So with that, I commend the Agriculture Issues team. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so first up we have Brooke Fitzgerald. She is a recent graduate of Stephen Decatur High School. Landon Makinen, he is also he's a Pocomoke. Sorry, I got to give credit to Pocomoke. He is one of our juniors. Then we have Andy Maynard. He is a sophomore at Stephen Decatur High School.
So I'm exceptionally proud.
Miss Haley Renshaw, she is a junior from Stephen Decatur High School. She is also my daughter. And then we have Mr. Jacob Thawley, who is a junior at Stephen Decatur High School.
While they're posing for their picture, I want to let Miss Flores know, and she doesn't already know this, but these are some very talented students in other ways, salespeople. They came over here and took all my money and Miss Shorts' money the other day, and we have beautiful flowers and gifts, but they are excellent salespeople.
Okay. Now we're moving on to individuals and delegation comments. Any individuals who have signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. If you're called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record. I don't know, Ms. Peterson, we do not have any speakers. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to curriculum instruction, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shorts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Our first presentation is from Ocean City Elementary. So as Mrs. Smith comes up to begin the presentation, I'll let her introduce her staff that's with her today. You might have wondered what ML achievement means. ML is our new, with education, we always have a bunch of acronyms. And up until this past year, it was EL, and now it is multilingual learners rather than EL. And you may know that Ocean City Elementary has always, since I was there 30-some years ago, always had a big ML population, and it continues to grow. And it was nice to see that Ocean City Elementary wanted to celebrate and share a little bit of their achievement with their ML learners and a little bit of their secret sauce as to what they're doing with their multilingual learners. So welcome, ladies. And again, I'll have Mrs. Smith, the principal of Ocean City Elementary, introduce her team, but welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see you. Merry Christmas. And today, as Ms. Shorts said, we are going to highlight our multilingual learner achievement, which I could jump out of my skin. I'm so excited about. This is a population of students that just are so sweet and near and dear to my heart. And it's a population that trusts the school system and loves the school system and just enjoys coming to school every day for the amount of services and help and love that they get. So it was a no-brainer that this was something that we were able to talk about very easily, but also celebrate. So today I have Mrs. Alicia Wallace and Mrs. Kelly G. But I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Mrs. Shannon Horahan as well, who's not with us this year, but she was a big part of the scores and some of the information that you'll see presented. So I'm going to turn it over to these two ladies because they are, as Dee said, the secret to our sauce. So.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Gracias. I told her I didn't need this, but I will use it. Ms. Lehman would be very disappointed if she knew I was using this microphone right now, but we're going to go with it. Gracias, buenas tardes. Gracias por tener nosotras aquí. So thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Alicia Wallace, as Mrs. Smith said. I've been in the county. This is my 19th year, but I am a born and raised here girl, so I'm proud to be back and continue to service our community. And I'll pass it over to Ms. G. I know she doesn't need it either.
I was going to say I don't need this microphone. My name's Kelly G. I've been at Ocean City Elementary for 24 years.
Yes, right.
Okay, so we're here to talk about ML achievement. Thank you so much for prefacing that, because that's a whole thing. ML, EL, they're our babies, we love them. What does ML achievement mean? Basically, it means their progress in the academic content as well as their progress on our language proficiency assessment. You might hear it called MCAP, ELP, Access for ELs, all the same name. It's a battery of 4 assessments which are rigorous: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Just hit that. There we go. So we are really excited about this, guys. So our scores, obviously, as you guys know, recently have been released for our Maryland report card.
ML data. We have a 5 out of 5 star rating this year.
For the overall report card for Ocean City Elementary. So part of that in the report card, as you guys well know, is for the language proficiency. And as you can see, we're very proud. Out of the 10 possible points, Ocean City Elementary, we achieved 9 out of 10. And as Ms. Smith eloquently said, we had Mrs. Horahan there with us for 6 years. She's a big part of it. And not just that, our leadership constantly supports us, you guys, so it's a community effort. So 9 out of 10, what does that mean? It means that 90% of our students achieved English proficiency growth, and that can be done with different indicators. And you can see a little snapshot right there. You can see the comparison between the state, the district, and what we're doing at Ocean City Elementary. That means 22% of our students that we tested last year, which was 41 MLs, 22% of them, which was 9 students, exited our program. So how do we do this? What's our secret sauce, our little spicy mix? What we do is we have an asset-based approach. You guys can see the different things that we provide in our program, but basically at Ocean City, we do a blend of mixed English-only instruction, which means that we do a combination of inclusion in the content area classrooms, as well as small group English-only pull-out. And we find that depending on students' proficiency level, anywhere from newcomer to students that are born here and have been in since pre-K, kindergarten, that is the way that we're meeting their needs. So enough about us. These tests, guys, they're hard. They are difficult. They're rigorous. So using data to drive our instruction, we use Access for ELs, which is our annual assessment, as well as recently we started implementing the model, which is basically a benchmark that we can use to gauge our instruction. We find that the productive areas of language, which are your speaking and writing, where our kids have to produce something, historically, those are our lowest. So what we do is we tailor our planning and our activities around those so they become comfortable and they're successful. So this is something I kind of created a couple years ago, and we've been utilizing it in our program. We call them Timer Talk Tuesdays. And basically we utilize the technology that we have, which is going to mimic that testing environment, which is very, very difficult. And we give our kids on-demand tasks that simulate either content area classroom activities or the stuff that they're going to see on the test. So here is our fourth grader. Do you want to talk about Brandon?
Yeah. Brandon is getting ready. He put his headphones on. It has a microphone piece to it, so it feeds right into the iPad. A couple weeks before this, we wrote how grizzly bears compare to polar bears. So they wrote it, used their transition words, used their vocabulary. And then this is a Timer Talk Tuesday. So he is going to look, we're going to play this real quick, it's about a minute. He's going to look like he's reading something. He is not reading anything. He's actually looking at our fingers. We start with a topic sentence, detail, 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 and then we wrap it up so they know to close up. So it's going to look like he's reading. He's actually just speaking, looking at us to make sure he said enough into the microphone.
Your Timer Talk for today. Compare and contrast grizzly bears and polar bears. Give examples of how they are similar and how they are different. Start.
Do you know that grizzly bears and polar bears, they're the same and different? Grizzly bears and polar bears, they both eat fish. Another reason they are the same is that they both have cups. However, grizzly bears and polar bears are different because polar bears live in Arctic and grizzly bears live in forests. Another reason why they're different is because polar bears swims in oceans or rivers while grizzly bears does not. This is why grizzly bears and polar bears are the same and different.
So guys, that's some, I know that might seem, but that's some tough vocabulary. There's a lot of transitional vocabulary. There's past tense verbs. Brandon joined us. He's a fourth grader, but he joined us as a newcomer at the end of his first grade year. So just in a very short amount of time, he has really gained a lot of English proficiency. We're super proud of him. So our next little guy, this is another great strategy that we use with our younger students. And we call it Expanding Expressions Toolkit. We lovingly call it Ichi. That's what our little guys call it. It's this little caterpillar. Basically, it's a multidisciplinary or a manipulative that the kids can do.
I was actually going to give everybody an Ichi, but when we only had 5 minutes.
Yeah, we knew we didn't have enough time for all that fun.
You could have had Ichi Christmas tree. Have you do it with our little friend Ichi.
But Leo's going to do it for you.
Leo's going to do it.
You can decorate it.
Can we turn it
It
up?
looks green, small, and it looks green, small, and triangular. It comes from a seed. It has lights and a star. You can find it in the box. You put presents on the Christmas tree.
So I'm pretty sure he has an artificial tree at home since it comes in a box. So what he's going through, and it's a little song. Green, Groot, blue, do. What does it look like? What is it made of? Pink parts, white, where? What else do I know? So to help kids really expand their oral and written expression. So those are just a couple of the little activities that we do at our school. We want to thank you guys for your continued support, our executive leadership team, our board, our administration for everything that you guys do to support our program. We just thank you guys for the opportunity.
That's great. Board members, thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Alicia, one thing I want to say to you, hon. When you said you've been in the county for 19 years, and I remember when you were a student, and you were never shy, and when you started singing in the mic today, I said she's not lost that touch. So you did a great job.
Braylon gets it from me, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
And then, of course, her mother was a teacher in our county as well. But the other thing is, I want to tell you, it's impressive, and you do it because I don't understand Spanish. But whenever I walk in Ocean City Elementary and go to by Alicia, she says something to me in Spanish, and she knows I don't understand it. But then I make her tell me what she just said. But on a serious note to both of you, what you're doing down there with ML students is absolutely amazing. And I don't think many people understand at Ocean City Elementary that you have that many of that population, but they did a presentation also for us at A&S, and the number of languages that is spoken at Ocean City, I can't remember the exact number, but it's in the teens, I think, if I'm correct. There might be more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
We had Turkish, Chinese, Chinese, there have been Bulgarian, Arabic, Spanish.
And at the presentation, you had, I think, each one of those kids that spoke a different language. And that's some very hard work. But with teachers like Kelly and Alicia, they're able to accomplish that. And Angela Paris, who supervises our foreign languages and stuff, tremendous work with those kids. And you can see the joy that they feel and how they are accepted in your school, because I watched that on several different occasions. I do a lot of looking and watching when I go in schools, and I see that. So I congratulate, that comes from somewhere. So I congratulate you and Julie's leadership at Ocean City for accepting that, and Ms. Paris, you as well, sitting in the back, for accepting that and making those kids feel welcome. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much. And she snuck in on me, and she's an excellent supporter of our program and all of our kids and the families. So thank you guys.
Any other board members have any comments?
I had a couple questions.
Yeah. and
I was
do
just
too,
curious. I know it's all different at every school, but do you know the numbers at your school as far as how many ML students there are?
So our October enrollment for this year, which is the report that we send for Title III for MSDE, we reported 46 students this year. And that's grades K through 4. Pre-K 4 or Pre-K 3 is not included because per MSDE, our baseline year is kindergarten. For a long time, we have supported that grade level ELs, but unfortunately due to, as you know, a reduction in force and having so many kindergartners from K through 4, we had to kind of draw the line to this year. We provide wraparound services. We still communicate with families. We try to assist our teachers. We have a lot of resources like Language Line, Ad Astra to make those connections, but we are servicing K through 4.
Great. And this might not be a question for you, but the staff, and is this on the high end for elementary schools, or is this kind of happening at all the elementary schools as far as Shell and Pocomoke? Are the numbers the same, or?
Speaking to Mike, Angela.
I think I can answer it too, Mr. Taylor, or you can go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's all right.
For this school year, we reported 205 for the entire county. It's an increase of 23% increase from last year when it was 167.
Okay. And oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right.
And then my other question too is this a program that we're doing at other schools as well? I know specifically like Pocomoke Elementary, they have a lot of Haitian ML students. So the demographic is different, but are we still doing the same type of program over there?
Yes, it's across the county.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
And before they sit down, too, go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, Ms. Schwartz.
I just wanted to say they glazed over the fact that they are a 5-star school. Dr. Wallace and I are going to delve into this in a future presentation today, but they are our only 5-star school in the district this year, so just a congratulations to them for their SSTARs. And again, we'll dive into that a little more later, but congratulations.
And I just want to say, I can relate to this. My father was a foreign language professor, English and foreign language professor, and I got to travel with him a lot. And wherever we went, he was able to speak someone else's language, and it's just an invaluable tool to be able to have those multi-language skills. And I applaud your efforts and what you've been doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordy.
Follow up on Dr. Andy's. So tell me, please, what is the only 5-star school in Worcester County?
There you go. Congratulations, guys. And now we're going to welcome Miss Sarah Blackburn, who is our mathematics coordinator. You may remember last time when she presented to the board last year, she delved into a little bit the complexity, I think it was 5th grade, around the complexity of math problems that our students experience. Today she's going to back out of that a little bit and show a little bit around how we tackle automaticity and math facts and a specific program called Math Fact Lab. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Blackburn to share our secrets around this. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, thank you for having me. I'm going to go through a little bit today what we are doing now for math fact fluency. This is something that we all probably remember, so I'm going to start by just jogging some of our memories for the adults. Do we remember this, or these, or this, right? So we still do a lot of these things. The old practices are not out, but we have really built our bank of resources and figured out what's the best way for us to teach fact fluency where students actually retain it and then are able to apply it to things that they don't know. So we're going to look how we right now are helping WCPS students develop math fact fluency. So when we talk about fluency, when I was a student, it was really about memorizing your math facts, and that was it. But now we know that it's really about, can you be flexible, can you be efficient, can you be accurate when you're computing with numbers. So we see math fact fluency all throughout the elementary grades. In particular, grades 1, 2, and 3, we have all of our multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction fluency. We do work on fact fluency through the end of 5th grade because it's not just a one and done. We know that we have to practice things just like if we're training for a sport or training for anything else. It doesn't just help if we practice it and leave it. We have to keep it going. So even though all of our fluency standards related to facts are finished in 3rd grade, we keep up that practice so that students can retain them. So when students are fluent with their math facts, they're able to do all of those actions on the bottom. Okay, they can get the correct answer, but that's not all that fluency is. They can select an appropriate strategy. They can trade out or adapt a strategy. If something doesn't work, they have something else to use. So they're not just stuck on one thing. They can solve in a reasonable amount of time. So we used to really get timed, and now we know that every student has a different processing speed, but we still don't want them spending a very long time solving basic facts. So we do want them to solve in a reasonable amount of time. And then we want them to be accurate, that they complete steps accurately. So that's what a student can do when they're fluent. So we used to have these flashcards, right? And we would just flip the numbers and practice, practice, practice. And what these flashcards look like now is they look at something that has visual representations. And this helps, build the memory of these facts. So we can see up in the top right corner, we have that area model. It's an array showing 9 times 4. Then we have 9 dice showing 4 dots each in a very familiar pattern, and then our domino pattern as well. So we have adopted this year a text solution. Previous to this year, all of our elementary teachers were tracking every single student's fluency about every fact and every operation, which you can imagine, very time-consuming, a lot to keep up with. So we turned to a text solution this year called Math Fact Lab to do the data work so that the teachers can do the teaching work. So Math Fact Lab does use multiple representations, just like those flashcards, right? We can see that students get to practice using familiar math representations as they're learning. And we're going to take a look at what the student sees in Math Fact Lab. So this is how they would practice their 4 times tables. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to show them that if they don't know their 4s, they can rely on what they know about 2s, and they can just double it. So as they answer, they're going to get new problems, right? And students are encouraged to do this pretty quickly. But if a student was stuck on 4 times 5, they could think, well, I know 2 times 5, because 2s are a lot easier than 4s. So then they'd answer and keep getting representations. You can see that there's a whole lot of representations for students in here. We just looked at the dice. We also have number lines where we show jumps on the number line so that they can visualize what's going on. And we have these area models because we know that this is the model that will last students all the way throughout Algebra 1. Right? So when our students do well on Math Fact Lab, they get what's called a level lifter. And this is a student from Snow Hill Elementary. Her teacher has the students sign on the wall when they get to lift a level. This student was very excited on the day that I was in that she advanced to the next level and got to sign her name. So we are celebrating student success every day as they really get to know these facts. So when we talked to students, we were asking them, like, what do they like, what's helpful, and they really talked about the models, and they really liked being recognized for when they learn. And this was, we talked to kindergarten up through 4th grade students about Math Fact Lab. The 4th grade student we talked to said that they were working on their times 17s. That's not a fact that most of us know by heart, but because this student knows all the way up through 12s, they're allowed to continue and challenge themselves to come up with strategies to learn their 17s. So we get great data from this. This is like what we can learn about one student. So we can see that this student is working on multiplication and division. They just passed a level lifter for times 11. We can see all of what they did. And then if we wanted to look even deeper, we could see exactly which fact did the student get tripped up on. So this student put 11 times 11 is 110. That was their mistake, right? Very common mistake. And then they have some that are correct, but it took them a little longer, right? So those are also facts they can work on. So if you can imagine going through with the flashcards to get this data, would take a lot longer, and we'd have a lot less time to actually work with the student. We can also look at our whole class, and we can see where an entire class of students falls. And the blue bar is beginning of the year, and the green bar is where they're at now. So as a class, teachers can celebrate student growth. And we can see these harder facts in there, right? We don't have many students yet in the harder facts, but there's lots of opportunity for our accelerated learners to continue their fact practice. We've offered this for them to practice at home. All students have access at home, and we've sent home a letter showing parents how they can access, very easy to access from a phone or a tablet. So they also practice other ways at school, right? We're continuing math talks. We talked about that a little bit last time. We're still doing math fact families so that we're not learning 4 facts. If we know 8 times 4 is 32, we can also figure out these other 3 facts. We play math games during math menu to make it fun to practice our math facts. And then we still do kind of a worksheet that looks similar to how we learned. But notice that at the bottom, we're asking them about what strategy they used. Did you just know it, right? Which would be great if they just knew it. Or did they actually have to apply a strategy? I used doubles, or I used a tens frame. So lots of ways now to practice math fact fluency, and we're seeing our students really accelerate. We know that when students know their basic facts, they can free up their working memory to do higher mathematics, and it really helps them improve their efficiency and their accuracy as they grow as mathematicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone have any questions? No questions? Okay. Dr. Andes?
No, I just want to thank you for the presentation. I wish I would have learned math this way, because I would have
Me
been
too.
probably a far better math student than I am today. And our grandsons don't go to Worcester County Public Schools because they live in Columbia, Maryland. But our grandsons love the video called Number Blocks. And I've learned so much watching Number Blocks with them and playing number block games with them and doing their digital manipulatives with them. It's base 10. So I suggest anyone out there who wants to review your facts, watch Number Blocks.
See, math is fun sometimes. Yeah. Yeah.
Is Mr. Gordy?
Sarah, last month I believe we heard from the Stephen Decatur Middle School 8th grade math, maybe the top
Yes.
in the state around. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Is this the type of work that they use to get to that point?
So this will really help their students by the time they get there, right? What we're hoping is that all of our students will have all of their facts by the end of 5th grade, and that will really help accelerate our middle and high school students, where they just will be able to access that higher math by knowing all their basics.
Any other questions? Thank you, board. Thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Blackburn.
Sarah.
We appreciate it. Ms. Shorts, back to you.
Yes, so we are moving to you for the next presentation on ESSA STARS, and Carrie is going to share for us. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we are presenting for Tom Hamill, Dr. Tom Hamill, who is out on an ERT visit right now. So you are hopefully pleasantly stuck with Dr. Wallace and I. And we are very excited to share around ESSA STARS. We are always extremely proud of Worcester County Public Schools, whether it's on our MCAP scores or our sports teams. But the ESSA STARS, I don't know, I know we've shared these before, but the reason we're so extremely proud, first of all, they've been around since about 2015 through the No Child Left Behind, and the ESSA STARS have been here. We did not celebrate them during COVID times because we had a lapse in data, but since then we've gotten back to it. And I think the reason why we're so excited to celebrate them is it does look at test scores, but it looks at a lot of different data points. And once again, you will see that Worcester County Public Schools is well above everyone in the state around the stars. I know that Carrie sent out a press release around this, and both our student representatives have highlighted their schools as the stars in their announcements today that they shared, and we celebrated a little bit with Ocean City Elementary today, but we're going to take a deeper dive into where the other schools are. So Carrie's going to get started. I'm going to share the elementary and middle and then turn it over to Dr. Wallace to share the high school. So elementary, first of all, we have 11 schools that receive a star rating. So Cedar Chapel, Worcester Technical High School, and Snow Hill Elementary do not fit the criteria to receive stars. So the rest of our schools do. And as you can see, as I shared with you, there's a lot of different areas in which you receive a rating, including in the elementary schools an educator survey. So our educators are given a survey during school hours around climate and how they feel things are going in the schools, plus an SGP for reading and math, which is an average growth predictor, which is typically one of the more challenging ratings that a school receives. And you can see that all of our schools are either 4 or 5-star schools. We have Ocean City Elementary that was a 4-star school last year that has received 5 stars this year, and Pocomoke Elementary, who was a 3-star school. It was their first year last year, but they had enough indicators to receive stars, and they moved from a 3-star to a 4-star school this year. We actually had 4 schools increase this year, and 3 of them were in the elementary middle school area. So just so you know, in the total area, the percentages, you need to be 75% and to be a 5-star school, and 60 or above to be the 4-star school. So very proud of that. And you can see some of the math below that Dr. Hamill did, and some of the increases and decreases. And you can see that obviously Ocean City and Pocomoke did have some positive index increases. And this is a little more confusing for the middle schools, what we consider the intermediate and middle schools, because they get an elementary and middle school rating and it gets averaged together. And I'm going to take a peek up here on my screen too. So you can see the elementary schools are on top, and again, they start in 5th grade where they receive a student and an educator survey, which is averaged in. They get an access score. They start getting a science score, so we move away from reading and math, and we start getting different types of scores. And then when you move into the middle school areas, you can see that they start receiving a well-rounded score. And you can see that we do have another school, Snow Hill Middle School, that moved from a 3-star to a 4-star school this year. And actually, Snow Hill Middle School made our biggest jump. You can see down there where Carrie's kind of moving the cursor. They made over a 13-point increase this year to move into the 4-star realm. So did very well this year, and very proud of the increase in that area. So again, so far we've had 3 increases, but all of our schools have done a wonderful job. And again, just pointing out lots of different indicators, not just increases in reading and math, but they try to look at the whole school package, and many of the things that they look at are based around the student and teacher's perception of what's going on in the school. So with that, I believe we're going to turn it over to high school.
Yeah. So you can see here our high school scores, and you can see that all of our high schools had a significant increase in points earned. And high schools are similar to the other data that you've seen before. There's a couple different things I'll highlight. So you have your math proficiency and your ELA proficiency there. And so those are those math and reading scores and academic progress. And then you have the measures of school quality, which is our chronic absenteeism. I don't know if anybody has looked, you may have looked through your board reports, or you may look at them later, because I know you just got those today. But something that we're always paying attention to is our chronic absenteeism. And one of the things I noticed on our board report is that our attendance is up again this month in all 3 of our high schools. I haven't focused
looked at the other schools, but I do believe they are all up as well. But that chronic absenteeism is something we're always paying attention to. And specifically, those two things partnered together are the focus of our school improvement. And so this is data that we are looking at on a regular basis, on a granular level, looking at independent from one another students' plans for success that are focused on these areas or areas that are going to support growth, specifically in ELA math, or if a student needs some growth in chronic absenteeism. So this is our end of the year kind of report card, but these are things that we're looking through. Our schools are examining this data at a minimum monthly and looking at it specifically. Our student survey and our educator survey is there, as well as our on track for graduation. So that's earning their credits that they need to earn in 9th grade for on track for graduation. And then credit for completion as well there. And then you can see down at the bottom, I'm sorry, I'll go back to, we talked about our multilingual learners there. Decatur High School is the only school that has a population that can earn points. You can see that Pocomoke and Snow Hill don't have a possible of 0. So they're actually, that decreases the number of points Snow Hill and Pocomoke have. And it actually helps you the more points that you have, because that means you can lose a point and it isn't as much value. So the more numbers you have in your sample size, you can lose a little bit and it not impact you as greatly. Snow Hill and Pocomoke are impacted greatly, which will get me to what I'm going to say in our final piece there, and then our growth at the bottom. You can see their graduation rates. There's a 4-year cohort and a 5-year cohort. It's reported to Maryland both ways. So if a student doesn't graduate in 4 years, we do get another report. So basically the idea of that is even if you don't graduate in 4 years, our goal is for you to graduate. So we need you to graduate and stay. After that, a student isn't staying with us after that. And so you can see those scores are extremely high. And then when you see that possible total percentage there in the number of stars, Stephen Decatur High School did grow an entire star, so they were a 3-star school, and they are now a 4-star school. And you can see, specifically based on sample size, that Snow Hill High School is less than 1 kid away from a 5-star school, and Pocomoke High School is probably, with the sample size that small, we were talking about it, but actually with the sample size of 90, they're actually probably like a kid, maybe a kid and a half away from a 5-star school. So we are right there at the gate, and all of our high schools are earning points. You can see there at the bottom at the end, all of our high schools grew significantly, and so we're very, very proud of that work. So this next slide shows you the percentage of 4- and 5-star schools, and you can see that Worcester County Public Schools by far is outperforming every school district in the state of Maryland there. And then we just wanted you, just because this is going to kind of tee us up for the next slide, and this was discussed, I attended a meeting, I guess it was 2 weeks ago now, a week and a half ago, where we were specifically discussing some of this, and I'll get into it in our next slide. But this shows what the poverty rates are for Worcester County Public Schools. You can see our poverty rate and our stars, and so you can just see again what other schools kind of look like with a poverty rate like ours and how many stars they're earning. This is just the schools on the Eastern Shore. It's the same information as the last slide, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it, but you can see that we are highly outperforming everyone else. And then this is a percentage of schools with 1- or 2-star schools, and you can see that we're one of only 4 districts in the state of Maryland that don't have any 1- or 2-star schools. And so this next slide specifically speaks to what I was referring to a few slides back around poverty. So what this slide does is it shows you the level of poverty that every school in the state of Maryland that earns stars has. And so that's on your x-axis, that's on the bottom where it says low to high poverty. And then on the other side is the points of stars earned. And so the higher you are on that y-axis there that Carrie is highlighting, the higher percentage of stars that you earned. And so you can see that there is a very strong correlation with the more poverty you have, the lower you're going to perform, versus the higher poverty, the less poverty that you have, the higher that you're going to perform. So there's a strong correlation there. And then when Carrie hits the next slide, you're going to see where all of our schools are performing. And so you can see that line of best fit there, that well, there's not a line of best fit, but you can imagine in your mind if I were to draw a line through there, which would look like it fit those dots the most, that all of the schools in our district are outperforming where they should be performing. And just a couple of highlights there, really three really bright shining stars would be Ocean City Elementary. There you can see is outperforming. You can see a school beside it that's sort of, you can see a couple schools there, though, clustered. Then you look at Snow Hill High School, which is right there. And again, you can see less schools clustered. And then you move over to Pocomoke High School, and you can see, for example, there's no one even around them in that poverty level. So those three schools are significantly outperforming where they should be performing, and just really, really shining stars. And I was attending a state meeting, like I said, a week and a half ago, and Dr. Wright was there, and Britt Kerwin and some Blueprint folks were there, and we got to share something we were excited about, and I was sharing some of this data with as my shining star, sort of, and we were highlighted in the 74 million project. I think I'm saying that correctly. But as the school system in the state of Maryland, that is literally doing what no one else is doing. Even when you look at all the data from across the nation, there are very few school districts that are taking their students who live in poverty and doing what we are doing for our students who live in poverty. The idea of that federal Title I funding, I know some of you know quite a bit about that, is that we make things for students, we give them access to all the learning opportunities everyone else would have. And the data clearly shows that other districts aren't getting the return on investment for the money they're investing in Title I. And I give Ms. Shorts a lot of credit for her over the years, her leadership of Title I, and Stephanie Zanich, who has now passed before her. This is not out of the ordinary. We do have some schools who have really jumped out, who weren't performing like this a couple years ago. Like I said, she mentioned Snow Hill Middle School has had a huge growth. Ocean City, has always been a leader as far as that last chart. Pocomoke High School has had, over the past 10 years, they were not performing that way. So we have had some jumps, but historically as a district, we've been outperforming everyone. And you can see there was a slide up there about return on investment and the amount that everyone is spending per pupil. So I'm not going to read that for you because it's been up for a while. But you can see here, and we're gonna tie in. But this shows you the per pupil spending and then where you're performing. And so you can see Tom did a green dotted line, which is where you should be projected to spend based on your poverty rates and your per pupil spending. And then the blue dots are the actual percentage points that every school in the state of Maryland earns. So on the next slide, you can see where all of our schools are. And then here's a close-up of everything. And so this just shows it a little bit different because it combines not just poverty, but it combines that per pupil spending. You can see that our schools are significantly ahead of that line. And again, you can see the schools that are just, when you combine per pupil spending and poverty, you can see that Ocean City is just, there's no one there with them. Decatur Middle is certainly far above that line as well, but you can see schools with them. And then you can see Snow Hill and Pocomoke High School are just, they're up there and there's no one else, right? Of all of those, think of that chart 2 charts ago of all those dots, and we are just, and it's a testament to everyone. It's a testament to our coordinators. It's a testament to our principals, our school leaders, our staff, all of those people that work together to do this work. And even the state superintendent, when I was talking about it, was shaking her head because she knew all about it. And they know about the work that we're doing in Worcester County Public Schools. And so we're super proud of all that, and we'll take it. Oh, I thought there was a slide that said questions, sorry. There's not a slide that says questions, but we would be glad to take questions.
Any questions, board members? You can bring us news like this all the time. We love it. Dr. Andes?
Thank you for this excellent presentation, and particularly thank Tom for pulling together all the data and presenting it in such a format that we can all easily understand the data. I teach in the graduate education program at Salisbury University, and every year when the test scores come back, my students who don't happen to work in Worcester County Public Schools ask me, what is the secret sauce in Worcester County Public Schools? My answer to all always is, it's the people. That's my answer. And they always say, well, how can we get better? And I say, start with your people. So I want to thank everyone in Worcester County Public Schools, all the members of the staff, educational assistants, secretaries, custodians, bus contractors, everyone else, because we know it's the people that make the difference. And this data shows that our people are making the difference. Thank you.
And please don't think we're satisfied, because we're not satisfied, because we're going to come back next year and we're going to have more 5-star schools, and we're going to have no 3-star schools and more 5-star schools.
Great. Any other questions, board members? Please thank Dr. Hamill for us, and thank you very much for the presentation. Ms. Shorts, I'm going to stay with you for the blueprint update.
I'm just going to stay up here and do my blueprint update very briefly today. So this week we received an email from that Mr. Taylor received that we are finally approved for all of our components of the blueprint, which is wonderful. And it's not only the blueprint implementation plan, but we also have a career counseling MOU that has been turned in, our career ladder, thanks to Dr. App and his team, was turned in for last year, and so we've finally been approved. 17 LEAs have been approved, 7 have not. So if you'd like to know which 7, I won't shout them out on today's call, but some of the things that they have not been approved on yet are their career ladders. They have MOUs that are outstanding. Some of them have also not turned in their maintenance of certification. They have just outstanding parts. My understanding is there's an AIB call this Thursday, which more school systems may be approved, but remember, when you're not approved, it does tie up money, funds that are not released until you're approved. So we are happy to hear that we are approved and we have that official letter. So we'll continue our work. We also heard that our plan is good through 2027, and that there will be updates to only the data pieces to this plan. So we will not be rewriting this plan. We'll just be making updates to different data pieces. Right now, Dr. App is working on a diversity report that is quite large, that was due in January, and now we're not quite sure when it's due. They keep pushing back the date, but we are continuing to work on different updates to different pieces of the blueprint, but we'll just keep you posted on what we're doing, but the approval was nice to receive. So with that, if you don't have any questions for me around blueprint.
Any questions, board members? Thank you,
All right.
Ms. Shorts.
That concludes curriculum and instruction.
Thank you very
Back
much.
to you.
Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. App for administrative operations and the personnel exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I have for you this month's personnel exhibit. Resignations this month, we have Lola Downing, custodian 2 at Pocomoke High School, Matthew McGill, health teacher at Snow Hill Middle School and Pocomoke Middle School. He was split there. Artie Sangwan, teacher, pre-engineering and computer science at Worcester Technical High School. Miranda Simmons, educational assistant at Pocomoke Middle School. New hire this month for your consideration is Taylor Crosswell, custodian 2 at Pocomoke High School. And the superintendent recommends the approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the personnel exhibit as presented and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas
Second.
and a second by Ms. Addis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. App. I'm going to stay with you.
Stay right here, thank you. For your consideration, purchase of new and used school buses. I am asking the board for your consideration of approving the purchase of 1 new school bus and 2 used school buses. New school bus is for A&B Lewis LLC, a bus contractor from Snow Hill area, currently owns and operates a 2011 spare bus that must go out of service August 30th of 25. Ms. Lewis is requesting permission to purchase a new regular run bus and replace the outgoing spare with her current 2018 handicap accessible bus. The new regular run bus will go into service in the 24-25 school year. The next request is for a used bus from Harmon Custom Builders, a bus contractor in the Northern County. Currently owns and operates a 2011 spare bus that must go out of service on August 22nd, 25. Ms. Harmon is requesting permission to purchase an acceptable used bus to replace the ongoing spare, and the use of the spare bus will go into service in 24-25. The third request is for a used bus from Kim Donaway, bus contractor from Snow Hill. Currently owns and operates a 2011 spare bus that must go out of service on September 24th of 25. Ms. Donaway is requesting permission to purchase an acceptable used bus to replace the outgoing spare. The used spare bus will go into service in the 24-25 school year. Any questions?
No, the superintendent recommends.
Superintendent recommends approval of the bus replacement exhibit as presented.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rapp. Can I have a motion to approve the school bus replacement exhibit as presented? Need a
So
motion and
moved.
a second. Motion by Dr. Andes
Second.
and a second by Ms. Annis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Rapp. I'll stay with you.
Thank you. Request to extend the use of school buses. We have 11 bus contractors requesting approval to extend the use of their buses. Once a bus reaches 12 years of service, contractors may seek approval to extend beyond up to 3 years to get to 15 years. We're seeking your approval for a third-year extension for Bus 24 and Bus 73, a second-year extension for Bus 21, Bus 6, Bus 41, Bus 42, Bus 81, and requesting the first-year extension for Bus 15, 50, 49, and 61. The superintendent recommends approval of the school bus extended use exhibit as presented.
All right, board, any questions for Dr. App regarding the school bus use extension? Okay, can I have a motion and a second to approve the school bus extended use exhibit as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. App. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for policy revisions, book number 3.
Good afternoon again. We will, if it's okay with you, Mr. Ferrante, we'll go through these and then we can approve them as a single unit unless anyone has anything they want to pull out, and I'll take questions along the way.
That's fine.
The first policy before you is policy 2A03, the appointment of non-certificated personnel. It's just a change of language there. The superintendent shall nominate all non-certified personnel for appointment by the Board of Education.
Excuse me, Dr. Wallace, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. Board, if your left-hand side of your packet, if you want to follow along, all these policy revisions are in your board packet, just so you have them in front of you and you can
Yes.
follow along.
The red line's there, and then the policy without the red line is actually behind it. It's just a clean copy, but we figured the red line would be more purposeful. If you're online, Mrs. Addis, it's also there in case you want to follow along online. So that's just a change in language there on that statement. Any questions about that? Just stop me if you have a question.
Any questions about the non-certificated personnel?
The next policy is 2C01, annual leave and holidays. And on the second page of that, everything is in our employee access center. And so those used to be sort of like hard copy forms, but everything is online in our employee access center there. So those changes, first two changes were made because of that. The third change, principals shall maintain the leave record for school-based personnel, but will file a leave report. They don't need to do that because everything is in the employee access center. And those were all the changes there.
Okay, board, any questions, Dr. Wallace, regarding that policy?
The next policy, 3C02, Family and Medical Leave Act. There's some language there that makes it a little bit more specific. In that policy statement, that employee is eligible, and that does not have to be consecutive. That's always been our procedure, but we needed more clarity that's how we've operated, but we wanted that language to be very specific in our policy. The birth of an employee's child in order to care for the child within 1 year of birth, and you can see that added for birth or for adoption there. And then in number 4, just performing essential functions. That was a change. There is a typo. It has been fixed on board docs, but in Part B, number 2, Part A, there was or adoption was actually there twice accidentally. That was a typo. It's been fixed in board docs, so it's correct. I believe Mrs. Peterson made these copies early, though. So it will say, 2A will say, and I'll jump down to that third line, for the birth or adoption of a child, foster care placement, or the care of a spouse. So you can see how adoption of a child was accidentally put in there twice. That has been corrected on your official documents. And then in Part B, that was our policy manual was changed, so those were updated. We don't have a supervisor of human resources. That used to be the position. The position is now assistant superintendent. So that has changed in Part 3. And then the medical leave within 15 days of the start of leave, and then Department of Labor approved forms are what will be used because that's what's required. On the next page, the employee shall provide a written request of leave if the leave is foreseeable. So certainly if there's an extenuating circumstance, this does not apply because certainly we have things that come up in life that we may need to take leave for. Part E, number 4, superintendent or his designee. And then in Part F1, those are just changes. Again, remember, we now have an assistant superintendent of human resources, as well as that human resources benefit specialist is there. On the next page, F, number 6, again, supervisor has been changed to assistant superintendent. And then that was just some language changes. There, assistant superintendent number 7, and those same language changes. And that's it for that policy around FMLA.
Any questions, that policy board? Okay, Dr. Wallace.
The next policy is 3C03, and this refers to health insurance for retired employees. Eligible retired employees, that was just a change. I'm sorry, let me go to 1. Employee and spouse is a change in language. In Part A, eligible retired employee, that's inferred, but we felt like we needed to add that language. And then until age 65, this is how this works with the government. So their plan will then convert and it will be a Medicare supplement plan. I would look at Dr. App, but I believe that's how it's always been. We're just being more clear in our language. The spouse and a dependent, we've had to add that language there because I believe since 2018 we haven't, this doesn't, correct. So if hired before October of 2017, employees after may continue, but by paying that full dependent cost. That's a change we made. We just hadn't put that in our policy, so that needs to be there as well. Then under 2C, contractual employees who work a full-time schedule may have their contractual employment counted towards the retiree employment requirement. So that requirement that's listed above of amount of time, that time can count towards that. And then employees who leave WCPS and later return may use full-time employment periods to qualify for retirees. That means if someone worked here, left, and came back, that time could be added together. Any questions about that?
Any questions? Okay, move forward to C10.
All right, 3C10. Remember now we have the career ladder that's a part of our salary package, so that has to be added there. And then we added a plus 60 lane. So those were the only changes there.
Okay.
3D05, extracurricular assignments will be made by a contract/letter, and it is a letter that serves as a contract. So that was the add in that language, and then everyone must comply with our policies and procedures.
Okay, any questions, board? Go ahead, Dr. Wallace.
All right, 3D06. This is around our non-certified employee evaluation and termination, and that is that all of our newly hired non-certified employees are subject to a probationary period of 1 year from the date of hire. So we added specific language about that time period, and then all non-certified employees will be evaluated at the end of that probationary period, so that they were already evaluated at the end of every year, but they are now, we have, the language actually said they were going to be evaluated 90 days, and I think probably our practice was that was very like unofficial. I don't know if Dr. App would agree, but some principals, I think we had a lot of things, documents there, but I'll let him speak to that.
Our probationary period, as you recall, was 90 days until we negotiated to switch that to a year. That's why that just lists up those changes.
Okay.
So when they're coming off probation, they get evaluated. However, we are doing that prior to.
Yeah, we do give them like a check-in.
Okay.
Yes. So I probably should have had him do this policy. This was his. It was just stuck in below mine, so I apologize.
Any questions, board? No?
Just making sure there wasn't anything else. All right, and then the last one is the markup of our equal opportunity statement, and we added socioeconomic class, meaning no one would be discriminated against for a job, whether they were a very wealthy person or someone who was not very wealthy. And so that language was added in there, that would not affect our employment of them. Any questions?
Okay.
All right. The superintendent would recommend your approval of Book 3 policy revisions as presented.
Okay, do you have any questions for Dr. Wallace regarding the changes? Can I have a motion to approve the Book 3 policy revisions as presented? I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas.
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Okay. Now, we had a policy revision on us. I'm going to stay with Dr. Wallace on this one. This is, I'm sorry, this is Dr. App.
No, that's fine. Actually, Dr. Wallace and I kind of tag teamed on this, but I got it at my computer, so I finished
That's fine.
it up.
We're good.
Worcester County Public Schools has recently reviewed and updated our travel reimbursement policies and procedures to align with the Code of Maryland regulations and federal standards as established by the General Services Administration and the IRS. For some background, if you recall, we had received some recommendations from the Office of the Inspector General, which we took a look at this particular policy. The previous policy in front of you consisted basically of, I believe, 2 sentences and was vague, so we redid that policy, and for your review today, as you can see, we made sure that we aligned this particular policy with the IRS guidelines for travel reimbursement, as well as the General Services Administration for incidentals and other reimbursable items. So this particular policy is up to date, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer those.
Board members have any questions for Dr. App regarding this policy? This was recommended to us by the Inspector General. We've now aligned our policy and redone it. If there's a question, Mr. Buchanan.
Dr. App, previous to the revision on the IRS standard rates, we were below the rates.
Yeah,
correct.
This is going to cost us more money.
Yeah.
Our actual rates were lower than the GSA rates. Our mileage rate was at the current IRS rate at 67 cents per mile. However, our policy had us several dollars below the standard breakfast, lunch, dinner, hotel type of reimbursement. So from the recommendations, we wanted to make sure that we aligned with other government agencies. So I think this is a good move. So no one's questioning how much we're going by the federal guidelines in this particular. And I didn't mention this, but I have consulted with legal counsel on this particular policy, and they have reviewed it and approved it.
So previously, we were very conservative in regard to.
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. App regarding the travel policy?
The superintendent recommends approval of the staff travel, meals, and incidentals expenses policy as presented.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the policy for staff travel, meal, and incidental expenses as presented? I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
And a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I would also ask Mr. Taylor to share this with Mr. Young. We had a commissioner that I believe it was Mr. Rottino that wanted us to share this with the commissioners, and I will ask you to forward that over to them so all the commissioners can have a new look at our policy statement. Thank you. Okay, and now we're moving forward to calendars and proposals. I'm going to ask Ms. Steers to come up and share what everybody's been waiting for, the new calendar of the year. How are you? Good afternoon. I don't know if that's on, Carrie. There you go.
There we go.
Thank
Well,
you.
good afternoon with the mic on. Okay. So just to give you a little recap of the process, calendar development for the 25-26 school year began in October with a brand new survey going out to gather input prior to the initial proposals being developed. Following the survey, a small committee met to design new proposals based on that input received. So today I'm bringing before you those options as an informational item only, and after today those options will go out for a final vote by our entire school system community. The vote information will then go to the superintendent, and he will make his final recommendation to you in February. As part of the new process, we utilize Thought Exchange, our new community engagement platform, to conduct the calendar input survey. And the survey ran from October 21st for a 2-week period ending on November 1st. The survey had strong participation with 1,654 responses, and as you can see, the largest demographic groups participating were parents and teachers. And location-wise, participation kind of tended to mirror the size of our schools, with our North End schools having the largest amount of respondents. So this is the key question. What is your top priority for the school system calendar? Either an early release in June or providing more breaks throughout the school year. So as you can see, it was a literal tie, with each garnering 50% of the vote. Early release received 769 votes, and the calendar with breaks, or a calendar option with more breaks, received 758 votes. Basically a dead heat. So that illustrates nicely for everyone the challenge we face when trying to craft a calendar to meet everyone's needs. So those respondents who indicated that an early release is their top priority were also asked a secondary question if they would consider beginning the school year earlier than Labor Day to accomplish that. As you can see, that was a resounding no. And then respondents indicating that they preferred breaks were asked to rank how best to tackle incorporating those breaks. And as you can see, their main response was padding holiday breaks was the clear preference. Now, I'm going to touch on professional development a little more fully later in the presentation, but the survey also asked everyone that participated to chime in on their preference for which days to hold PD, and you can see those ranked responses up on the screen. Now moving on, the survey also included an open-ended question where any additional input could be captured. So Thought Exchange is a really wonderful tool where it actually will take all of that qualitative data and crunch it using AI. So up on the screen you can actually see a quick summary of all of those main thoughts. I don't know if you can see that. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. But it basically kind of mirrors the rest of the survey data where people are very split in terms of their preferences. Okay. And here's another view of that same data. You can kind of see side A, they really preferred those longer breaks. Side B wanted fewer breaks to get out earlier, and that common ground is a more moderate calendar option. So the calendar committee met in early November, where as a group we dug into that survey data and had rich discussion around the responses. Ultimately, the group designed 2 calendar options, accompanied by a few recommendations which were provided to the superintendent and leadership team for consideration. These recommendations included a lively conversation around the incorporation of professional development into the calendar, which we'll dive into next. As you may recall, during the 23-24 school year, the school system piloted a program to hold half-day professional development on the second Wednesday of most months of the school year. The feedback we received on the half-days pilot wasn't that favorable, both from our families as well as from our staff, who indicated that the staggered dismissal times on the North End made it difficult to begin PD on time with everyone present. For this school year, professional development was largely eliminated except for the countywide PD day, which was held in November. Adding complexity to this issue, the calendar committee indicated that a full day PD model, like we use for our countywide PD day, was preferable. However, the committee struggled to determine a path forward with this type of option, as duty days are part of the negotiated agreement, and that's outside the bounds of our work group. That being said, the executive leadership team took a look at all of their feedback, and they took that to heart to brainstorm options to provide a professional development model that our teachers and staff would find effective while remaining faithful to both the contracts and what's best for student attendance. So, now as I walk you through this, I believe you guys have hard copies of the calendar options as part of your packet. So I'll ask you to pull those out. So to walk you through each of them, so this is the first model, option A. It's a moderate version of the calendar that leans slightly into providing more breaks. You'll see an additional closure added to our MSEA holiday in October. Thanksgiving break remains largely the same with the Wednesday through Friday closure. The winter break spans a full 2 weeks, and notably our spring break provides families with 6 days off and staff with 4. This calendar tentatively ends the school year on June 16th. Now, I'd like you to take a look at the days in purple on the calendar. This is the creative solution that the team decided on for professional development. So if you take a look at September 17th, our elementary and high schools will be closed for students that day, but our special, intermediate, and middle schools will remain open. That will give our elementary and high school teachers and staff a full PD day without extending the school year or duty days of our staff. That model reverses on November 12th with the special, intermediate, and middle schools closed for students and elementary and high schools remaining open. The pattern repeats one more time in February and March. And now I'll walk you through the second option, the second model. The second model, option B, is a moderate version of the calendar that leans slightly into that earlier release in June. Truly the biggest difference in this calendar and the previous is how spring break looks. With an early dismissal on April 1st, this break is much shorter, which allows for a tentative end of the school year on June 11th. You'll also note that the professional development days fall differently within this calendar on September 17th, October 8th, February 4th, and March 4th. And our countywide PD day is in November versus the spring date in the previous calendar. So I know this is an informational only item. This is not coming before you until February with the recommendation, but I do welcome any questions that you may have at this time.
Have
we?
Go ahead,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
McComas. Go ahead.
Have we asked any families how they feel about professional days that we're going to have seniors, senior high, out and middle school in?
We did not survey specifically around that question, no.
Okay.
Are we able to?
Well, both of these options are going to go out for a vote.
Oh, okay.
So that's the next step after this.
Well,
Am I correct that the model that you all present, this has been a heavy discussion
I know.
Yes.
with our executive team. The model that you guys have recommended or you're talking about, where is it very similar to the Wycomico County model?
There are several school systems across the state that implement a model like this where some schools are closed while some remain open, and that's so you're not making a change to that 180-day calendar, but you're still being able to provide that professional development. So this isn't unheard of.
Okay. But both calendars have that. Both calendars
Yes.
are looking at the staggered
Professional
PD,
development days.
yes.
Yes.
Is there
I
going to
just-
be an option where there's a third option where they don't have that and maybe have these two, but then also have a regular calendar like they've been using this year to see what people actually prefer? Or is it no matter what, we're going with the staggered approach, we just need to determine how the days are structured?
At this time, these are the options that are going to go out to vote.
Okay.
May I add something?
Yeah.
We've had significant discussion. Professional development is important to our teachers, and student attendance and teacher attendance at school is extremely important. And I use this example when Dr. Apt and our team, the team he leads, meet with negotiations. And Ms. Beth Shockley Lynch is gone. I wouldn't want to go to a doctor who wasn't receiving ongoing professional development. That's a requirement of their craft. It is a requirement of our craft. It's something that we've been working very closely with our Teachers Association with. Some of you who have been educators know the challenge of attendance on professional days. It continues to be a trend that we look at closely with our association and work together with them on. Our teachers were very specific that they wanted full-day professional development. In addition, and I saw it on one of Mrs. Steers' slides, we are working towards the blueprint requirement that we have to meet with our professional development time for our teachers. Beyond extending, and we live in a seasonal community, so I'm not telling anyone anything they don't already know. Our kids are out and working in family businesses and other businesses and contributing to our community in the summer. You can see it split because they kind of want to, they kind of want it all, but we have to make professional development a focus. And when our teachers came back to us and said, we want full day professional development, what that said to our executive team is we want you to go back to the table and think of something creative. This is a pilot. This is something that we will try. As you remember, and Carrie mentioned this, we piloted the half days. The data was not what we wished for student attendance, for staff attendance, and so that's not an option for us right at this point. So we had to get creative. This is a pilot. This is an option. I know I see Ms. Shorts and Mr. Taylor also want to share something. The reason we partnered high school with elementary is because elementary school students, it can be a challenge to find childcare. Our high school students will be out. They will be able to help with siblings. They will be able to help. I know I always see it in my local, I live in Public Landing, and I see the high school kids when they're off. I'm available to babysit today. So we figured our middle school kids typically can stay home by themselves. Our elementary friends cannot. So that is why we paired up high school very purposely with elementary so that our high school students could be helping out with childcare. The truth of the matter is it doesn't matter what day of the week we do professional development as far as childcare necessarily, because it's just as difficult to get childcare on when you're looking for childcare and you don't have regular childcare. It's just difficult to find. You know, you can't just walk up to a daycare and say, I need childcare these 5 Mondays next school year. It doesn't work like that. So we understand it's going to be a challenge, but it is something that we feel like as a team under Mr. Taylor's leadership and his approval, that was a viable option to meet the blueprint, to meet the requirements of the importance and value we stress on professional development, as well as listening to our teachers who said we want a full day.
One of them, and Dr. Wallace explained it extremely well. I've been an administrator for 35 years. Professional development has always been a challenge, some years more than others. But one of the things, I'll give you an example, and we work, you know, I asked Beth Shockley Lynch to work with us on this and help us with this, and she's very into trying to find a solution along with us. So it's not two entities working against each other. But for example, we had a full-day professional development day on Election Day this year. We had, Dr. Abt, please correct me if I say this, about 250 absences of professional staff. Am I correct on that? Okay. It might even been more. It was more, 275. Okay. That to me is, I'm not throwing our teachers do great work. They work very hard, but we can't get anything accomplished if that's going to be the day. We find by doing a Monday or a Friday, there's more. Yeah. Because it's a 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend. If we've had them even before a Friday and a Monday, we're going to do professional development. Our absentee rates through ASOP and what we can pull up. So it's not that we're just trying to find a solution. And I don't know what that solution is. We had quite a debate on our executive meeting when we were discussing this with Ms. Steers on where to go. And I just said to the team, I'm perplexed here. I don't know what we can do. And so I turned, and not to throw them under the bus, but I turned to Dr. Wallace and Ms. Shorts, because professional development is much around instructional practices and current practices and stuff. And I said, that's where we really focus. Working with the high schools and the elementary and middle, where do you find we could hopefully resolve this, or at least attempt to resolve it? This isn't an answer for sure. I can tell you that. This recommendation is not saying we've got it licked. I don't know what will happen. I think it was mentioned it's going to be a pilot. So we have got to, I know folks are tired, and when they don't have their kids, it's easier to take off. I've talked to some teachers individually, and they've said, you know, Mr. Taylor, I try to schedule my doctor appointments on days we have professional development because I don't want to be out of the classroom with my kids. There's some legitimacy to that. But we have got, as Dr. Wallace said, there are so many demanding things. We've tried after school and even paying people. It's been tough. We've tried in the summertime, and we do get quite a few in the summer, but we can't do it every day in the summer. So we're looking for solutions is all we're doing. But when I saw 275 professional staff out on a day we had outstanding PD planned, it was very discouraging. So I just say that as far as information to you as board members. If you have a solution, we're certainly willing to listen to what that solution is.
Dr. Andes?
As I see this, high school students will have less days in school.
Mm-hmm.
So high school students will have, instead of 180 days in school, they'll have 178.
Correct.
So that's 2 lost days of instruction. That bothers me. That bothers me. The same thing with elementary, intermediate, and middle school kids. It's 2 less days of instruction. I understand staff development. Believe me, I support staff development. I teach a class at SU on curriculum and instruction. I understand staff development. But what bothers me is losing 2 days of instruction for our students. That's what bothers me. Thank you.
Ms. Shorts?
Yes, if I could just kind of add on to a few things that Mr. Taylor and Dr. Wallace said. We did have half days for 3 years prior to not having anything this year built into the calendars, and we did do Fridays and we did do Wednesdays 1 year, and we did informally talk to some teachers, as Mrs. Addis had mentioned, and many of them said to us that full days would be easier for them to find childcare than more half days. So I do hear what Dr. Andes is saying about lost instruction. We have done half days before that equaled the 2 full days, but they were just half days. And sometimes when you start and stop for half days and you try to marry north end departure times with south end departure times, it just became very challenging to do any type of professional learning. So this is creative. It is a pilot. We have looked at a lot of data, and Wednesdays, just from our numbers, and we could share that with the board as far as attendance for students and staff, that it was much better for us. And it does matter that the kids are here, and for chronic absenteeism, we are looking at that data.
This is always a spirited discussion.
Yes, it is.
And it never seems to end. I do want to add one thing. I mean, one thing we've taken for granted over the last 4 or 5 years is we haven't had very much inclement weather. And inclement weather pushes us back. I mean, we have in the one calendar, we have the kids getting out on the 10th or the 11th. Mm-hmm. The other calendar, they're getting out the 3rd week of June, and we all know that, as Dr. Wallace spoke to, a lot of our kids work in Ocean City during the summertime or in other places, and they want to get to work, and Ocean City is also in desperate need of help. But this is a very inclusive process, and we try to make sure that we listen to everyone, and I know that you work hard on that. So we appreciate you updating us. We look forward to hearing what the outcome. we look forward to hearing what the outcome will be, and I don't know if any board members have anything else to add. But
I would just like to add one more thing. I just feel like it's going to be a big change for parents.
Yes.
And me personally, I feel like it would just be smart on our part to have an option that isn't this. I see the point of these 2 options, but I also think it would be smart if we had one of our old models that we would just need to choose whether it's a half day or a full day and put that as an option, just so we can let our parents have that voice to be able to say, I don't like this option at all, I like the old one, or I don't mind this. And at least then because I just see a lot of pushback, and I just see a lot of people being angry that there was no other option than this new pilot model. And I feel like that voice needs to be heard to be able to make a true decision on this. So I don't know if I have to make a motion to do that, or if that's just a discussion.
There's no motion at this
Okay,
point.
yeah, I know there's no motion, but I just to add a 3rd model of some sort, and I'll let you guys decide, or if you want to, but I just wanted that to be said during
Understood.
this time.
I hear you have a concern, Dr. Andes has a concern, so let us go back and take a look at some things and then come back with something. Because I'm hearing two concerns that are legitimate concerns, and we'll talk about it and we'll go from there.
Thank you. And I really like all the charts that you were able to provide in that presentation. I just didn't know, is there any way that we would be able to see the breakdown by school? Because I know you said it was 50-50.
If you go into your board docs,
Okay.
there is an interactive survey link,
Yep.
an interactive report.
Oh,
you can
okay.
actually filter all of that data by
Yes, because
school
I was curious,
and by participant.
are there more people on the south end that like getting out of school earlier,
Yes.
or north end, or just being able to make a better decision? So
Yep.
thank you.
That's
Ms.
right
Addis,
available in your electronic packet.
I want to add one thing to that comment as well. I can tell you when I saw 50-50, I was floored.
I wasn't.
I was totally floored but I will tell you in all my years of service, nobody wants to stay late into June.
No.
They may say, I want a longer break here and there,
Right.
but the sooner, when May hits, I'm telling you, it's a challenge. That's right. That's exactly right.
All right, Ms. Steers, thank you very much. Any board
Thank
members,
you.
any other questions? Thank you for all your hard work. We
Thank you
appreciate it.
so much, and happy holidays.
Thank you, you too. Now turn it back. Turn it over to Dr. Wallace for the safety update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Just a couple of updates for you. You should have in the next month, and I see Sean in the back, but you should have some approval for our grant funding in the coming month, probably next month. I think you'll have that there for some spending of our grants. Our safety meeting had to be rescheduled from December, so I don't have an update for you because unfortunately it was on the night of parades, and then all of our staff couldn't attend, and so we had Teachers Association that's required to be a part of that group, and so they could not attend, so we had to shift that meeting, so we'll be rescheduling that in January. We did have, and I know that Teresa mentioned it earlier, but we did have two schools that were recognized by the Maryland Center for School Safety, Snow Hill Middle School and Pocomoke High School, for their student safety advocacy groups. That was something that I shared out earlier this year with all of our schools. And it just happens that they highlighted two of our schools. I fully expect for them to highlight more of our schools for their student safety advocacy groups, but they did highlight those two this past month. And then I will also share that we spent an entire school day last week with reporters from the local news network who think Associated Press, but for college students. So they are basically the Associated Press for colleges and college students in journalism. And they spent a full day in our Pocomoke and Snow Hill area schools for an upcoming article that they're going to do on our safe and supportive schools. Actually, Mrs. McComas, you're to thank for that. Surprise. You had somehow responded to some comments that came across their desk. And then they got in touch with Ms. Steers, who then got in touch with myself. And then it's sort of, the story sort of morphed from there because they had just kind of had a random comment. And then they were like, oh my goodness, this is something really special. And so we actually were planning, I think I looked out, Julie, Ms. Smith was not here, but we were planning to go to Ocean City, and we literally ran out of time that day, and they had to go back because their semester was ending, and they had to meet their article deadline. But they were very impressed with what they saw, and whenever that story comes out, we will certainly share it with you all. So back to you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert for the monthly financial report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bronte. You have in front of you the monthly financial report for the month of November with total non-salary expenditures of $3,224,816.68, and the superintendent recommends approval of the monthly financial report as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the November 30th, 2024 monthly financial report as presented? Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you, sir.
And now I'll open the floor up to my fellow board members. Do you have any comments before we close our meeting today?
I just want to wish everyone happy holidays. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Enjoy the holiday. Make memories. Make positive memories. Make good memories. And for those of you who happen to have an older individual who you're participating with memories, please get out your cell phone and record the oral history. Please do that, because those oral histories are going away.
Yes.
and we need to record those oral histories. So I'm suggesting at some point in time during the holidays, in between meals, before that older person falls asleep and takes their nap, get your phone out and start asking them some questions and record that oral history so we can keep it forever, because soon those voices will be gone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays.
Thank you, Dr. Andes.
I'd like
Mr.
to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's to all. And let's remember the holiday season. May the good Lord give us faith, hope, charity, and love. Let's continue to love one another, be joyful, and I love you all.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah, I'd like to give a little shout out to the students that give us the student representative report every month. We have numerous presentations and reports during each board meeting, but the student report really focuses in on I like to call it like the educational microscope of what's going on in the schools, and that report important for us on the board to see, but also the community that's watching out there on the live stream. And I just like to thank you for doing it. It's really interesting every month to listen to what the high schools are doing.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Appreciate that. Anyone else? I would just like to say, after spending the entire year here, it's hard to believe that another year's gone by so quickly. But I just want to talk about what a blessed place that we live in, to live in this county, and just to see this school system thrive, and all the accolades, whether it's sports or academics. It's just an incredible feeling to sit up here and watch it all happen, because it's been an amazing year for Worcester County Public Schools. I look forward to what's going to up and coming for the next year. And I want to extend all of the holiday, Merry Christmas, and Happy and Healthy New Year to everyone out there, and I look forward to seeing you in 2025. Okay. Anybody else? Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor. He has to be somewhere at 3:30, so I told him I'd get him out of here so he could read off the informational items.
I just have two very quick ones today. As you know, December the 20th is coming Friday. We will be closing. It is a half-a-day dismissal for this coming Friday, and excluding Saturday and Sunday on this next. December the 23rd through January the 1st, schools and offices will all be closed for the Christmas break, holiday break, winter break, whichever you prefer. So again, I think everybody's looking forward to that, and I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And I'd also like to thank our two bus contractors today for being here, Harry and Alan. They're a great group of guys to work with. I appreciate their support of our school system, and for them to sit through the entire meeting. Everybody else left, but you guys hung in here with us. So thank you for doing that, and again, Merry Christmas to everyone.
The next regular Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held Tuesday, January 22nd, 2025, right here in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at Worcester County Board of Education Central Office in Newark, Maryland. The open session will begin at 10:30, and it will immediately consider voting to go into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 12:30, and the board meeting information is posted on our website at www.worcesterk12.org, located at Board Meetings, Board Docs. And now I'd like to call for the last meeting of the year for an adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
We are now adjourned.